tomorrow. It's amazing.
Just a building permit.
Good evening, Council and Planning Board and staff. Thank you for being here this evening. We're going to go once around the table so everyone can put their name out. Sometimes the name tags are in small print, so you can't necessarily see them from around the table. But I'll go to my right here first. So with that, so I'm speak into the mic and hand it to her. Right. So Phil Cernanek and I'm the mayor.
Jerry, help me out. Karina Alrod, Planning.
Jerry Valdez, District 2, City Council.
Debbie Brinkman, Council.
Randy Stein.
Kurt Samuelson, Planning Board.
Mark Rudnicki, Planning Board.
Glenn Van Imwegen, Community Development Director.
Randy Duzan, Planning Board.
Andrew Graham, Planning Board.
R.C. Miles, Planning Board.
Carrie Moore, Planning Board.
Peggy Cole, Council.
Bruce Beckman, Council.
Bruce Stallman, Council.
Mike Broughton, Deputy City Manager.
And just as a part to keep us at least on track for a little bit of this evening, one is I know that the Planning Board has done their practice work, and I have some thoughts as to how to proceed and where they are with regard to the neighborhood plan and sharing some of that. Additional topics that we may have some conversation on this evening include accessory dwelling units, vacation rental by owners, and if we still have time before 8:30, Randy and I kind of agreed that we'd go probably that distance tonight if we need to, is possibly talking about some of the transit-oriented development plans for later this year. Did I get it right, Randy?
Sounds good.
Okay, and with that, it's going to be the Planning Board's opportunity.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, I think I'll turn it right over to Karina Elrod to talk about where we are with the neighborhood plans. We do have a revised plan, and we're about ready to post it. So, well, just let you go, Karina.
Hi, everyone. So, based on our last meeting, the feedback that we got from you and the direction that we got was, we know that we have these neighborhood plans. There are some things in those neighborhood plans that are outdated. And as a result of that, it is, in some cases, creating confusion, some frustration, and some concerns for the community, and recognizing that those plans were originally built in 1981. There have been some modifications throughout the years. I think what we definitely experience is there is a need to look at them, but we also very much understand and have heard that where our priorities need to be as it regards the city is ensuring that we're focused on those key areas that are really going to transform the city, which include the station area plans and the corridor plans, and therefore, not that the neighborhoods are not important, but we do not expect significant change there. And so what we've done based on that direction is we have gone through the old 1981 somewhat updated version in 2000 of the neighborhood plans that included 8 neighborhoods, and we have gone through it over several meetings to edit it, and that's all we've done. We haven't changed the intent of what it states, so it will not drive necessarily any change in those neighborhoods than what was originally intended here, other than, again, editing and removing what is no longer applicable. We did use, so as you can imagine, we started getting carried away. We wanted to change this and that one, and we kept ourselves focused on 3 criteria. They were, 1, that the project's reference had been completed. 2, that they have either been replaced by goals and policies of new plans such as the downtown area plan. Or 3, they were no longer feasible because of changed conditions, development has already occurred in a particular area, or other reasons like that. So that's what really guided us in making a decision of what stays in and what goes out. Okay. So as a result of that, what we're going to do next is we're going to take this updated, here it goes, this redlined version of the neighborhood plan. We are going to notate where changes occurred which of those scenarios were the reasons of why we took that out. Because if you were just to look at this now, and you would see, things taken out, you would wonder why, or, what do you mean that's not what we're going to do anymore? And so what we really wanted to do is be able to highlight, we've removed this because either of those 1, 2, or 3 reasons. So as the community is looking at this, as you are looking at this, you understand what was the criteria of why each of those elements has been removed or replaced by something else. It is going to be put out to the community on Open Littleton to encourage them to review it, provide any comments. We will have it out there for a little while, longer than I think we have most things out there on Open Littleton. I think we were planning for about 2 months so that we can get that feedback. We will be looking at those comments. We expect that there will be comments about wanting to change things. We'll keep those so that when we are ready to make changes to the neighborhood plans, we already have some input to that process. But we will also be able to, again, help the community understand that as they look at this, look at it from the same vantage point that we did, that it was really almost just a cleanup or an edit process, but not intending to change what they say or what they mean. Okay.
Randy, anyone in your group want to?
I think Karina did a good summary of where we are in the neighborhood plan process. I think one of the things that we'll talk about maybe later, that you alluded to at the end of your verbal agenda, is while that task is over, what next in terms of stationary plans? But even longer than that, when and which neighborhood do we begin to tackle next, later in the year, possibly? And we as a board have already talked about Progress Park as possibly a first tackle. But that's where we are with the neighborhood plan. So comments from the council as to did we do what you asked us to do?
I think you're seeing a lot of nods along with that. I would probably maybe just put it in my own vernacular a little bit. And so Jerry's, I'm protected from Jerry tonight. Which is, for the most part, the evaluation is that at least the core elements of our neighborhoods is not something that we want to be touching. And in fact, it's something we want to be re-emphasizing as our value. That's been part of the message, and it sounds like that's there. However, within that, over the years, there's been a number of items where elements have either been replaced, a la the downtown plan, or they've had the original 81 plan had mentioned projects that have now been completed, or possibly there are things that are now virtually impossible, either because of changed conditions or sentiment that might be out there. And the effort is to get it out there. I would just ask some coordination with communications. So I'm going to look to staff to see that we have great information that goes at least out through the Littleton report and any other mechanism that we want, because when we put things out for feedback, I think the state found with the US 36 corridor issues that no communication plan is ever sufficient, it seems, for everyone. But what we want to do is certainly let folks know they have the opportunity to comment and try and get that out on every doorstep, both for primarily those folks that are residences here and property owners as well, but maybe others can possibly comment as well. Did I do okay?
It just might be worth adding that for those who haven't kept up necessarily with the thought process on this, that our emphasis is going to a couple different areas, because quite honestly the future of the city depends at this point on increasing revenue to provide the necessary services more than any interest in trying to change the nature of a neighborhood.
So by getting the planning and the look at the commercial corridors particularly, it increases our chances for opportunities to perhaps find an economic diversity that increases our revenues to the city, because that's really where the future is for the services that we're going to need to provide.
The one item that I will point out is at least the reality that we've seen and that you've seen with regard to citizen comments or testimony that have come before you, as well as those that may have been elevated and have come before council, is that Littleton does not have a luxury of having a buffer zone, that's my term, between what is residential and what is commercial. And for every municipality or town or such that has a similar issue, that's typically where there are tension points. And so there's a reality that we're going to have to address and work through, and it does require some patience and listening, and in dealing with that is recognizing that tension point. And one of the things that I know that's happened over the years is that there are certain zoning components or rights that exist on properties that may not yet have been exercised, that sometimes comes forward to folks, and they're confusing in that that's not what's been there, but that is attached to the property rights that some folks might have, and that can sometimes lead to some confusion that's there. And I'm particularly talking about when we're talking about commercial properties, that especially. So.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, there are a couple of land use changes here we want to talk about that could have effect on neighborhoods, so we thought this kind of fitted into the agenda. So I'm going to do a brief presentation on accessory dwelling units. The planning board and staff were able to discuss this last night, so it's fresh in everybody's head, but should be a scintillating discussion coming.
Don't tease us like that, Glenn.
So one of council's goals, actually I think it's under the city manager to-do list from your last goal-setting session, was to evaluate accessory dwelling unit opportunities and other residential redevelopment limitations in the code. So what is an accessory dwelling unit? It's really a secondary dwelling unit in a single-family district. And our discussion went a lot of different directions last night, but I think Mark kind of boiled it down, as he often does, that it's really, we allow that secondary room, we allow that secondary dwelling unit, but where we draw the line from issuing building permits is kitchen. So as soon as you have a full kitchen, we further have interpreted that down to a range. So you bring in plans, you show a small refrigerator, a sink, that's fine. 110 outlets, that's good. But if you're showing a range hookup, a 220 hookup, that's where we draw the line, and we now call it a second dwelling unit. In fact, Mark's passed out for you. He went a step further and kind of showed where an accessory dwelling unit typically could occur in Littleton in the rear yard. So I think you're really looking at a detached structure in this case. The picture in the lower right-hand corner is, I believe, a unit in Boulder. So he's standing on the porch of the main house here, and the accessory dwelling unit is in the back. Here's just a couple more pictures. This is a new subdivision, the Highlands Garden Village, where it was actually an option of building an accessory dwelling unit. Don't get too concerned here. What you're seeing is a very high coverage. And again, it was approved in the zoning here in Denver. So on your left is the garage with a dwelling unit above it, and the principal residence is on the right-hand side. Same thing here in Stapleton. This was an option for a home builder with a garage below and an accessory dwelling unit above the garage. And then more typically, a couple of more examples for Boulder on the top, where it's more of a detached structure with a secondary entrance point. Here's a little place, Mike mentioned a mini house. So maybe Durham, North Carolina, this is a pretty small unit that's in the back of the lot. And again, a couple of houses in New Orleans with, you can barely see it, but the accessory unit is in the back between those two units. So the advantages of accessory dwelling units are typically pointed out as affordable housing, so you're adding potential for additional dwelling units. For a community like ours, where we have neighborhoods aging in place and folks aging in place, this is a real advantage because those folks can either stay in the principal residence, they can move to an accessory unit, and lease out one or the other dwelling unit. So it's a potential being able to stay in the neighborhood on a fixed income and really keep that community whole. On the other ends, a lot of folks feel that you're really increasing the density of a residential neighborhood, and there could be some externalities for that. So what we did is our consultant clearing association gave us kind of a good printout of what a lot of cities are using to regulate those externalities from accessory dwelling units. And they fall into all these different categories, internal or external. So you could have an accessory dwelling unit that's a part of the principal residence. You've just separated a portion of the unit away, and it has its own bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and it has a separate entryway usually. Or it can be a detached accessory unit in the backyard, which is where it's most locally or most usually seen. Location restrictions, do we limit it to certain zoning districts? So really, this isn't allowed use in any of our multifamily districts, so this would really be what we propose in our residential district. So anywhere from RE, a very large lot development, up to R3, that these could be allowed in. Some communities actually allow more than one. I don't think we would propose that here in Littleton. Density, intensity, some communities use floor area ratios. So the ratio of the amount of floor area of the buildings to the area of the lot, and they restrict it that way. We don't do that in Littleton. We don't use FAR for our single-family districts. We instead use open space standards and setbacks. And I think we stick with those same standards because you really want to project the idea that we're not necessarily changing the character of the neighborhood, the physical character of the neighborhood. We're keeping those same rules. A lot of communities limit the size of a accessory dwelling unit somewhere in the range of 300 to 800 square feet. And they put standards to make sure it's subordinate to the principal structure. And that could be in size, it could be in where the main entrance is to the accessory dwelling unit. Setbacks, again, I think we would stay with our current setbacks, and I think Mark's drawing kind of shows that, what it would be with a detached unit. Height, again, limit the height to make sure it's secondary to that principal residence. And we do that. We allow accessory structures, but we limit them to 18 feet for the most part, unless you're in the very large lot areas and you can go up to 30 feet. But there the density is very low, and I don't think you'd really notice a 30-foot detached accessory dwelling unit. Entrance. So if it's in the principal residence, a lot of communities will say you can't have two front doors because it's looking too much like a duplex. That entrance to the accessory dwelling unit has to be on the side or the rear, so you keep that single-family facade. Parking, do we require additional parking for accessory dwelling units? Occupancy, most of the communities, which surprised me a little bit, actually state that there has to be the property owner living on site. So you can't have both units being rented at the same time, but you have to have the owner occupant in either the accessory dwelling unit or in the principal dwelling unit. approvals. So how do we approve these? Some of the research that Clarion did said in smaller communities, they do a conditional use where the planning board actually hears a case on an accessory dwelling unit, and that gives an opportunity for the neighbors to come out and say whether they like it or not, and what are the impacts of it. Once the communities get a little bit larger, and I think closer to our size, I think it was 20,000 up, then they just said it's an administrative matter. So it's a staff approval. If you meet all these standards, it's an approved use. You can't split it off. No separate sale means you can't draw a property line and now sell off the accessory dwelling unit in the back. I think our code pretty much protects us because it has minimum lot sizes, but again, we could put a standard in place. Some communities actually, because there is such a demand for more affordable housing, provides incentives. They don't charge permit fees for an accessory dwelling units, and they do other things to try and coax more units to be built in existing neighborhoods. I'm not sure we're there yet, but that's what some of the research shows. And then, as you can probably see, I mean, I'm sure some people maybe slipped in a range into their accessory dwelling unit. So a lot of communities provide an amnesty period where for a year, please come in and let's bring it up to code. Ultimately, there's a safety issue here as well. One thing that wasn't really addressed in here is basements, and that's when our staff gets called out more likely is somebody who has put an accessory dwelling unit into a basement and they don't have the required exiting requirements. So, and that's a pretty serious issue. You have a fire, you're stuck in there, and that's a serious issue. So what we did with the planning board is we kind of laid all these out and asked, and I guess I could open it up to council, if you think this is a good idea and something good for Littleton, what would be some of the areas you think staff should focus on in drafting an ordinance? So with that, Mayor, I'll just open it up.
Deb and then Bruce.
Well, I have a couple questions. Who owns it? Is it only owned by the person who owns the original dwelling unit, or can someone else own it? Is it always a rental?
It would always be one owner, so and they would be renting it out.
Okay. So does it have a separate address?
Right now, they don't. I do know there's areas in more dense neighborhoods that go with half, like 203 and a half. But I don't believe we do that now. I don't think we have a separate address.
Because
It's
I
a good
wonder
question.
regarding mail and emergency services, how that affects it. So then the property tax, it would increase the property tax for the owner if he or she built one. Okay, so then if somebody does have a basement and they've turned it into a separate dwelling unit, is that considered, would that be considered under all of this?
Yes, I think it would. Well, it depends on the garage. I mean, one thing I guess I'm thinking of is separate entrance. So could you have a separate entrance if it's only a basement without a walkout basement or something? That would be the only issue I could think of. If that was a standard, that you must have a separate entrance into the unit.
That's precisely where some of the questions I've received have come up, was where you have the situation of 20-something that's left and is now coming back home, and they've put they've extended their 220 line, so now they have, in effect, a basement apartment that doesn't meet requirements for living space exits. And how do we deal with some of that safety? But some of also your questions, where this comes up is, we've had presentations at the Area Agency on Aging, and we're going to have the Boomer Bond Survey that's going to be coming, I think, survey is going to be released, and then we'll get some of our feedback and what we're doing for seniors, where we may have homes on locations where we have may exceed the number of unrelated adults in a home, and that's a code violation. So it gets into some of these other code violations and what we want to do with them, if anything. And do we just be blind, or do we want to be in a position to help facilitate or deal with the safety issues that come along with some of these items?
I also wonder regarding parking, because if someone is going to take their garage and convert it into an accessory dwelling unit, then they are putting at least 2 new cars on the street, possibly more depending on the size of the garage and what kind of impact that has in some of those smaller neighborhoods where there's already some limited use, limited parking spaces. That seems to me to be, those are the types of neighborhoods that would be most amenable to looking for doing these types of things most.
Yeah, and the least amount of room for on-street parking.
Right.
Yeah, that could be an issue.
I have a couple questions. The comment that you made about how is this created, and sometimes it's done with a variance or a conditional use. Cities under 20,000 was kind of the cutoff for where it was a public hearing and an actual item-by-item consideration of the property, and that above would be more of a review of rules and a staff judgment. Along those lines, I would think that what we would want to do in Littleton would be the conditional use side, because of I think the impact on neighborhoods and giving a neighborhood an opportunity to discuss the issue that is going to change the character of their neighborhood. And let the chips fall where they may, but I think that to change a quality, many year existing quality of a neighborhood, you would certainly want to know if the greater impact on the neighborhood. That's why zoning exists. So just a comment on that. And then the other would be, if I live in an area with an HOA, but we have individual residential spaces that would fit this circumstance, where does the HOA fall in?
Right, so the HOA would still have to implement their rules, and that would be really their requirements. So in most HOAs where you have that, they'll have an architectural review committee that could veto it. But that doesn't mean somebody could ignore their CC&Rs and come in and get approval from us. We wouldn't necessarily be out policing individual covenants, basically, on the property.
I think an issue of equity citywide arises then. There is, if we were to draw it on a chart of the city, there are some neighborhoods that would be completely excluded, I think, by HOA from having this occur in those neighborhoods, thus protecting the quality of that neighborhood. I think there are some places where HOAs and their covenants have kind of died. They just haven't paid attention.
Right.
They could certainly renew those and bring them back to play to create new neighborhoods protected from this, should they feel that way. So we would then again have the opportunity for more neighborhoods to basically opt out from this, and then that would leave others. And that really bothers me, that we would be trying to create a circumstance for only some of the residents of Littleton, and I see an equity issue.
Mm-hmm. That was something actually that came up last night, is there certain neighborhoods, perhaps we get a straw vote of a neighborhood. Do they want to see this in their neighborhood, or don't they? Our issue is it has to be kind of across the board. If you're changing an R3 district, it affects every neighborhood that's R3, unless you go into more of like an overlay zone, and I just think that would really be onerous.
The challenge is that we have a 1960s through 1980s city that we're putting something else into, and that's different than Stapleton, for instance, or perhaps a new development where that could be the ground rules from the beginning. It would just be a different circumstance. It really does concern me when you change the quality of the neighborhood from what it has been to the future, and it's not citywide, it's the issues that I mentioned. It really concerns me.
Glenn, can you touch on the use by right concept where a property owner currently can add an accessory dwelling unit but for the range?
Right.
So it's really a matter of controlling things a bit more, but can you describe that a little bit?
Right. So as I mentioned, right now, we draw the line at that range. So I'm sure we've seen all kinds of configurations of what these units might look like. A lot of times I call them an artist studio or something. Has everything but that range. So I think the feeling is they're, from a physical standpoint, they're out there right now. They're just, they're black marketed in there, I guess, if you will, and this would really allow them to be brought up to code, basically.
And that's kind of the pop-up, scrape off, that whole debate also about changing the character of the neighborhood. But I see this as another step.
Last night I went into the meeting, the planning board meeting, thinking, gee, this is a big impact on Littleton. This is really changing the character of the neighborhood. And towards the end of the meeting, Glenn brought up the fact that by all standards, accessory dwelling units are currently allowed in Littleton, except for the range. You can have a detached unit like my drawing shows with minimal setbacks, 18 feet high to the top of the roof. You can have a living room, dining room, bedroom, bathroom. You can have basically a full kitchen, I think a full-size refrigerator, everything except for a 220 or 208 outlet for the stove. So it's a use by right now. So changing it to allow the stove is small potatoes. It's allowed now, use by right. Anybody in Heritage, anybody in Aberdeen Village can do an accessory dwelling unit if they don't go above the 50-foot or 50% lot coverage.
That's where a lot of cities ended up is with, you can have accessory units. What can you put in an accessory unit? And as Mark, you just mentioned, you can put an awful lot in an accessory unit currently in Littleton. Just the 220 or the 208 line is the part where the line gets drawn, I guess, at this point in time. And the question is, what can we do to keep folks safe and put them in code? And what other things do we have? I mean, it's a nice list of considerations that are there. I don't know in polling the HOAs where they might exist or not exist on some of this, and how much of the city is governed by those additional covenants. I know in general the city is usually secondary to the covenants. We're not there to enforce the covenants. We're not there, but they're attached to the deeds that folks move in on. So,
well, I guess a handful of items. I appreciate Bruce's thoughts. I think they're valid. I guess I sort of had a couple of other thoughts that were sort of maybe parallel processing, but we talk a lot about housing stock issues, and sanctioning this kind of thing I think makes a lot of sense because of some of the limitations of the housing stock that we've got. Everything used by right is out there, and that's fine, but getting it sanctioned I think is legitimate because there is a need, and at the same point in time, with an aging population, we talk a lot about demographics as well that could come into play here, whether it's millennials staying at home or seniors wanting to stay in their houses. I wouldn't expect this was going to be a ubiquitous thing, but I do think it does provide, again, I use the word sanctioning, the property owners flexibility to do what they think might be best for their situation and property. I do think the HOAs, if there's, certainly HOA covenants can be modified by a vote as need be, and if there's enough interest, I guess, in a given community, presumably, or neighborhood, they could address that. I kind of liked what Golden had done based on the stuff that was in here. I think to answer your question, Glenn, the owner-occupied thing seems to make sense to me. From a code perspective, I think a lot of what's here, that Mark's sheet is good from setbacks, the size and height and entrance and so forth and so on seems to be relatively straightforward. But I guess I'd be keen to hear from planning board in terms of stuff that you guys, maybe some more flavor just in terms of stuff, maybe where there was agreement or perhaps other issues where there was maybe differing viewpoints and what you guys sort of thrashed through to get to sort of maybe a consensus?
I would like, Glenn, can you clarify what the code actually says? Do we actually allow accessory dwelling units, or do we allow accessory units or accessory buildings?
Right, we use accessory structures.
So an accessory structure in a lot of places doesn't mean dwelling, unless our code specifically says that it allows.
It doesn't say you can't. Therefore,
Right.
it is already, you say sanction and permit, it is a use by right, and it's sanctioned currently in Littleton. I could do what my drawing shows.
Right.
I could go in for a permit tomorrow.
An accessory building, usually, in the traditional sense, is a shed, a garage, a shop, a doghouse, I don't know. That's usually what you think of when you read codes from the past. They're buildings. They're not viewed as a second unit, meaning someone living there on a regular basis. And so you're right, it doesn't say you can't do it. So I would want to first clarify the difference between a building and a dwelling unit, whereas sheds and just utilitarian buildings usually can be closer to your setback than a dwelling unit building, which typically would want to have the same setbacks as the primary residence. And that's one way of regulating if it can fit on the lot, as well as if you require one parking space in addition to your primary residence, that would regulate whether you can do it or not. A lot of lots couldn't do it. And so there are ways, in my mind, the 50% lot coverage would eliminate a lot of lots. You just can't, have any more room. Open space requirements would eliminate a lot of lots, even if they were allowed to do it. So unless you decided to completely scrape your property and start over, maybe you could fit it on there. But then accessory buildings, I believe, are limited to 18 feet, right? Height? An 18-foot building is kind of hard to squeeze a unit in unless you contort your roof line and create a different shape. And so there are things that I think naturally limit a full-fledged accessory dwelling unit. The primary one being the full kitchen or the 220 hookup, which I've already found out through Mark's study, there are ways to almost get there and then sneak it in. So
It's not sneaking. It's a use by right.
Right. I live in an HOA community, and years ago tried to put in a dollhouse in my backyard, a playhouse. It looked like a dollhouse. A little kit you buy online. It looks gingerbready, has a cute little roof line. My HOA said no way. Even though code would allow it. I'm allowed to put an accessory unit in my backyard. But our HOA says, the code said, or our covenants say, if it's visible from the street and I have a split rail fence so you can see my backyard, then we have a right to comment on it. And our Architectural Control Committee said no. And the reason was, and says a little bit about HOAs, is, well, someday that may become a storage shed. When your kids are grown, someday it may not be in repair and it may look bad. And so they were basing their denial on some days, hypotheticals. And it's not a legal standing, but they denied me twice. And so HOAs do have a little bit of leverage, even though you're allowed to put them in your backyard.
I found that HOA covenants supersede straight zoning in any district.
Our code, our HOA, CC&Rs say nothing about accessory dwelling units, but it does say we have a right to determine what goes in your backyard if we can see it. So there's different issues in those neighborhoods.
But then that doesn't talk about the issue of putting in a unit inside your house, like in the basement.
Right. The whole basement thing is, I think, is a whole other animal, because now you're dealing with access and fire code and all that, so.
Well, we have access that was built into our house when it was built.
Right.
It's got you could even put in a door in the basement and steps to go up outside. Wouldn't be visible from the street, but and I don't know that the HOA necessarily have, I mean, it depends on the HOA. I mean, ours is pretty strict, but I think they, like you said, concern themselves with exterior.
Right. They would probably look at your second access point and see how it looks and things like that. So you asked what we think. I think accessory dwelling units are great in our aging and changing demographic. And that the cost of housing in some places are getting to the point where you can hardly afford a full house. And I think they're perfect around transit areas where you may not require a parking spot because you're going to rent it maybe to a young person or a professional who's going to walk to the light rail or have a bike if you provide well, Littleton does this. If you provide a bike rack, you get parking credit in the downtown area. And so it is a great way to provide alternative housing and affordable housing and different ways. There's all kinds of discussion that has to have, that we on the planning board have to have regarding, what does it look like, smell like, taste like, and how do you regulate it? So I think they're great. You just have to figure out how to do it.
While I'm stressing that accessory dwelling units, in all intents and purposes, is legal, except for the stove, when I drew this up, I was rather appalled by the setback requirements. I think we can tweak this and still keep it used by right, and maybe allow the stoves if we all agree. But setbacks could be increased. No balconies allowed, so you're not looming over the privacy of your neighbor. Perhaps we regulate where the windows have to be and towards the yard, things of this nature. If you're going to make it a dwelling unit above a garage or sitting by itself, then its impact is lessened by tweaking some of the requirements if you indeed want that to live. It's not a shack, it's a living unit.
And I think you're hearing from council some concern areas that, basically the ball's being tossed back, but Councilmember Beckman mentioned possibly a conditional use approach. I don't know how practical or limiting that is, but you can certainly go through some analysis and talk about that, how to integrate or not with HOA requirements and where restrictions may be, and so net what that might be. Certainly, as folks have mentioned, the complications of internal versus external building or external structure, I'll try and get to that, is one of the complications that exist there. But our interest is in certainly trying to deal with what we do through code and such, that is safety, and then but I would also underline the parking, on-street parking in some of our neighborhoods makes it very difficult for some of our safety vehicles to make it through, and so there would need to be some coordination or at least illumination that occurs on that side. Have I got okay?
Well, just a couple other things. One, I do think the occupancy issue needs to be addressed. I think that it has to be a reasonable amount. A number of cities are struggling with those because of some of the housing prices and stuff, are just struggling with too many people in a residence, and that creates a whole nother set of problems. And then just kind of minutia, but looking at current codes that we have that deal specifically with single residents, like I'm thinking of pet ownership. You can only have 3 per home, so then do you double that if you have a accessory dwelling unit? So then you have a smaller yard and twice as many animals could be in the back. So things like that, I mean, unintended consequences. We have pigeon coops and chicken coops and beehives. So we've permitted a lot of uses and a lot of things for backyards and for property. And for those that are already existing, I don't know what they're doing, but if somebody wanted to do something new, I mean, those are just all things we have to look at before we start. I mean, like I said, the unintended consequences of something, we try to do something good.
One of the things that was mentioned earlier that I'll add again, at least some level in me, and it may be discriminatory, I don't know, but having at least one of the units occupied by the property owner is one of the things I would say is I would kind of start off and wanted to say, and I don't know where that may go with it, but I find that ownership occupation can alleviate a lot of other, or make at least other issues easier to deal with.
Just for the discussion too, and you started to mention it, if houses were built new today and they were alongside each other, where the bedroom window looks out, versus a garage window versus an upstairs, all that's given consideration because it's an aesthetic issue as well as other kinds of issues for the value of the homes. If you were to do this, I would like to see that we also have that kind of review of those kinds of things, and I'm not sure how you put that into code and how that, and how that all works out. Mm-hmm. But that the protection to the neighbor on either side or the back, that suddenly there isn't a porch light where there wasn't one, there's a bedroom window where there wasn't one, a balcony, that within the ability to influence those things, consideration is given to that, to the neighbors. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that's done. I don't know enough about the process, but it would seem to me that's part of what Debbie's talking about, that unintended consequence that you don't really realize till you start to look into it. Right.
Thanks, Mark, for this. So the setback is what, about 4 feet?
For a rear detached, along the rear property line, it's 2 foot 6 inches.
That is the
If
back.
there's no alley, if there is an alley, it's a 10-foot rear setback. Side setback is 5 feet for an interior lot. A corner lot, it would, along a street, it would be 12 foot 6 setback. So the corner lot's more restrictive.
Thank you. So right now, accessory is permittable, but is there a huge demand for people wanting to install ranges, 220 into their accessory units, we know?
Well, I think we've turned down a number of them. I couldn't give you a number right off the top of my head, but
There's a demand of some sort?
they typically come in and show them, and we say, sorry, we can't approve it that way.
And I can see in certain neighborhoods, this just would not be a good thing. When I think of the northeast quadrant of our city, where it's a higher density, smaller lots, the streets are already crowded, the streets are already busy. I can see something like this. If we said you could have a rental unit now with a range, I can just see it causing all kinds of issues along the line of animals and other things. It's just across the board, I don't think it would be a wise decision for us to make.
Well, give me a microwave and a hot plate, and I'll do quite fine. I'm a bachelor. I eat out a lot.
I rent over 200 units that have no stoves. They have microwaves. Yeah. People live there. And generally, those kind of units attract people who have less money. They do have money for stereo, make noise. They do have money, that just causes a disturbance to the rest of the neighborhood. So again, I would be, I'm not too thrilled about the idea in certain parts of the city, at least.
But what you're talking about is already allowed.
It's already allowed.
I'm talking about if people want to start installing ranges and we allow that, and it's going to increase a rental market, likely so.
Yep.
And that's the part I don't like.
Might attract a higher end
I
renter.
think at least one of the units, if there's 2 units, would be owner-occupied. Is our thought.
Well, then the city would get to, monitor these things.
Right.
Even more so. We're increasing, the city right now already has a revenue issue, and this would be increasing our revenue
I
issue.
think what we have in some of our neighborhoods is the unregulated implication, where we have multiple families, neither one being owner-occupied. And the question is how do we deal with the compliance issue that's there? What Mark is pointing out, I think, is we have these. They aren't necessarily regulated. I know that there's basement units that are probably possibly less than safe that exist, and the question is how do we cope with it, recognizing it's already there.
Well, the biggest thing for a basement is the egress from a bedroom. It's required by code, but if you convert, you do a weekend conversion, and you got that little peewee window up high, if there's a fire, you're dead. That's what you need to clamp down on if there's some way. Have them put the proper window wells with ladders, et cetera.
Some of what I'm hearing, I'm hearing that there is a concern that this is actually a degradation to neighborhoods. Maybe some people feel that way, some not, but that's a little bit of what I'm sensing. And I think we can, so I think some of what we saw was very high quality buildings and architecture. And I think we have to, I think that's somewhat subjective to say that this will lower the quality of a neighborhood, because in some ways you can look at this as, again, for the property owner, an income that can improve his home, that can better maintain his property. So in some cases, we may actually see that this may improve some neighborhoods and some properties, et cetera. And I think, again, coming back to what we put out in the citywide plan, we have a housing stock issue. And we have said that we want to look for creative solutions to allow an aging population to stay in Littleton. We want to provide solutions to attract younger people to Littleton so that they live here, they work here, they play here, they shop here, and drive revenue. So I think there is an opportunity for us to look at this as a good thing. But I do feel that some of these standards need to be addressed to make sure that, as best as we can, without over-regulating, and at the end of the day, understanding it is an individual property owner's rights to a certain extent, without infringing on public safety or infringing on the rights of his neighbors, to create something that would not be desirable. So I think there is an opportunity for accessory dwelling units, and truly call them and allow them to be accessory dwelling units as opposed to skirting the accessory unit or structure. And then just, I think position it as a positive thing, because it can be a positive thing if we do it well and we position it well, as opposed to be looked at as something that's bad for the community.
I think everybody's made a bunch of good points, but just one that related to what Phil said, and it's a good idea, that one of the units would have to be owner-occupied. But if that owner dies or moves out or whatever, what transition then is there? Somebody else buys it. Can you force somebody then to live into what they buy or to vacate half the property? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what would happen at that point. I don't think we would want to have the accessory unit or the other one vacated, just sitting there vacant, unattended, because, or both of them unattended, vacant, because an owner wasn't living there. So it's just a little conundrum.
Right, I guess ultimately there would be an owner, but you're saying in the meantime, there may be...
Well, but in one sense, when, if it changes hands, then you were saying the only people that can buy this are people who are going to live in it. And somehow or other, I think that's it's not a good prospect. I mean, it could wind up with just property sitting there a good long time before somebody's willing to buy it who wants to live in it, as opposed to buy it, as so many places are being bought for rental. You know?
And as Councilmember Collis is mentioning that transition issue, there's other details that we will recognize but not necessarily discuss tonight, and like how to deal with amnesty, where we have presence already in our neighborhoods. And so there's a number of issues yet that we will leave to you to grapple with and come back.
Well, responding to Councilmember Cole, I don't know that that's an issue that we need to deal with. That's a property owner issue. If somebody has a piece of property and they wanted to put an ADU on it, and then they now have marked that property with an ADU, they die, that property has an ADU. If the next guy doesn't want to buy it and doesn't want to live there, that gets to be all their choice. I don't know that that's something we would regulate or get in the middle of that at all. I mean, it goes with the property. It's the same thing if you've got...
I know as a financial advisor, I can help folks deal with that contingency.
No advertorials.
No, I know there's ways to deal with some of these issues, and I'll leave you to kind of, think through some of the challenges that are there and make it more complete than what our discussion tonight might allow. So, thank you. And I'm going to give a transition to the next, which is vacation rental by owner. Council may not entirely be aware, but there there is at least one very close municipality to ours that is currently involved in litigation. And there are a number of other cities that are grappling with this issue. If you're not familiar with it, this is a little bit more than, or where it starts to become complicated, is a little bit more than you've traded homes with someone in Hawaii. While you're in Hawaii, someone's here enjoying our metropolitan amenities that are here. Where the challenges come up, and I've heard it described, is when the rental is to a bus trip, or the rental is to a weekend wedding party, or a weekend high school graduation party. So it's not that it becomes now a party location that is somewhat outside of some of what we do require in our neighborhoods. And that's where some of this becomes complicated in dealing with this. And by not having current ordinances that maybe necessarily control some of this, we may be opening some of our neighborhoods up to something that at least hasn't been described to me as a problem yet. Maybe Glenn knows more about that, but that's where the issue is. It is in the region, the metropolitan region, that this has become an issue, and is quite upsetting, and is now in the courts for some folks. Bruce?
I just wanted to appreciate what you're saying there, but before we go to the vacation rentals, what was the deliverable on the ADUs?
Well, I'm going to push it back to the planning board and staff to bring some recommendation, recognizing their litany of issues. How do we deal with them in Littleton?
Does that mean a draft ordinance or what?
I was echoing Councilmember Stallman's question. What would you like staff to deliver?
I wasn't going to necessarily direct it to be an ordinance. It may be an ordinance, but it could be a set of ordinances because there's, at least in discussions that I've seen in other jurisdictions, it gets into issues of beyond our allowance of 2 unrelated adults in a household at an address requirement, so there's elements of that. There's elements of safety code that need to be addressed, allowance overlap that's there, and to say, come back with a recommendation. It could be, not suggesting that this is necessarily the answer, but we allow for it. It's by rights. We're fine not allowing for the additional kitchen, but I think that we do have some households that have some safety risks that we aren't adequately addressing.
What's your timeline? You want to give a month or so?
I was going to leave it to staff to kind of come back with a time frame.
Well, I think what we do is, working with the planning board, maybe prior to drafting a whole ordinance, is kind of a short list of what those restrictions might be, what districts, and then perhaps meet up with the council or somehow have that discussion again.
And I think you might want to open it up for some public comment, or at least, if you have certain neighborhoods that you're looking at.
Now, the other thing is, we are underway with an amendment to our zoning code. We weren't going to get into a lot of details this year. We're really working on allowed uses and the structure of the code that we're going to work through next year. But it could be something on a to-do list for next year, too. So I don't know if it's a burning issue right now to address this year.
We're kind of not addressing it now, so it's one of those items that I would, from my personal perspective, and others could weigh in. I think we're not necessarily doing the safety review that we should be doing for some households.
Okay, all right, we'll take the next step then. Good, so here's a new hybrid, vacation rental by owner. This is an issue that came to our staff, actually, and it was a situation where a homeowners association kind of ran about a resident who was renting out their place when they were out of town. So it was similar to, I think, what the mayor was saying. This person travels a lot, and what they would do is rent out their home while they were out of town, is how they presented it. Our code doesn't address this. It's geared more towards long-term rentals. So we really had to look at all the different sections of the city code to see is this just an allowed use? And it really isn't at this point. So I'll just walk through that real quickly. Again, a lot of cities, or some cities are dealing with it. I know I read an article about Denver. I gave you a link to a news article in the city of Boulder. There, the staff is using a code, I think, pretty similar to ours, because they didn't really have this type of use defined, and sent out letters basically saying cease and desist. That blew back to the council, and I think the council now is taking a little bit longer view look at the VRBOs. So here's an example in Columbine Valley where here's a vacant home, and it's up for lease a minimum of 3 days. So that's really what we're dealing with. These most of them are, nobody lives there. For the most part, they're rental, but they're for less than 30 days. So just looking at our zoning code, Chapter 10, the zoning regulations, states tourist homes are allowed renting by the day or week in the multifamily district, R5, and then the commercial districts of T, B1, B2, B3, and CA. Nowhere in our code do we define what a tourist home is, unfortunately. We do allow rooming and boarding as an accessory use in residential districts, but there is a limitation that there's no more than 2 people can be rooming or boarding within your house. So I think the intent here is you own the house, you're renting out a room, and that's not that unusual. And it does not define a tourist home, but then it's cross-referenced between tourist homes and rooming and boarding houses. And I'm not going to expect you to read this, but this is then you go to business regulations, and it talks about all the types of units you can rent. It doesn't talk about a tourist house, but it's pretty much every other thing. And it does have the caveat that this is rental for less than 30 days. And more likely, that's what a VRBO is. Believe it or not, you have to pay taxes on the rental for those units. That's that underlining section. So what's really the difference between our code and a VRBO? Our code doesn't allow stays of less than 30 days. I think our interpretation is that's a tourist home, and thereby you have to be in a multifamily district or a commercial district. In most cases of a tourist home or a hotel, you have an owner-operator on staff there that's looking out for the guests and looking out for the neighborhood. And that's not the case with VRBO. Now, the advantages are, again, it's a good rental income. It is a possibility for boosting tourism in a community. The negatives are, in some cities, large cities like San Francisco, they absolutely do not allow VRBO without a long litany of requirements. And that's because they're kind of protecting that hotel industry. And in cities like New York and San Francisco, they have rent-controlled units. And what they're finding is those rent control units are becoming VRBOs and creating an income for somebody. So that impacts the affordable housing laws that they have in place.
Here you don't get a business opportunity.
So we were able to find Estes Park, and our zoning consultant weighed in and said, a lot of communities are doing this. They're not putting it in the zoning code. They're really addressing it in the licensing requirements. That's what we found in Estes Park. That addresses you must have a business license and you must meet these standards. You must pay business taxes. You must retain the appearance of a residential dwelling that's put in multiple doors in the front or whatever, and mitigate impacts to keep consistency with a single-family residential use, like limiting vehicle traffic, noise, parking, and maximum occupancy. I think from a staff level, you have a residential unit there, whether it's one family or another. I don't know that I can say the impacts are going to be different. Yes, you could have a party, and we do have police officers that can deal with those kind of impacts, but that's what it is now. Right now, our code, I'd have to say, does not allow VRBO. So that's, I guess, the first question. Is this an opportunity we want to provide in the neighborhoods of Littleton?
Does anyone give consideration to, I hesitate to even bring this up, but fire department reviews plans and makes inspections of businesses? Would they be making inspections of these? Would they be looking for fire extinguishers and first aid kits, or, not that I'm recommending it, I'm just trying to get the context.
Good consideration. I hadn't thought of that. But what we've seen, no, it doesn't require a separate fire inspection.
Okay.
So Glenn, I just want to make sure I understand it. So you would say our code does not allow vacation rental by owner,
right,
because the owner needs to be present, or the leasee.
Well, and it's renting for less than 30 days.
It's renting for less than 30 days, and it's no more than 2 additional people to the household.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But it is allowed in the zones you outlined. You're
Right.
just saying in the residential, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, there's one on Main Street that's in the B2 district. Rick Akers owns it, and he rents it out, and he's very successful with it.
Bruce?
I guess, again, I'd come back and ask, you guys talked about this, what is your thoughts? I'm fairly ambivalent from what I've heard at the moment, but if you guys have strong feelings, I'd be interested in considering them.
I'm not sure we really had,
Feelings? Yeah, we didn't have strong.
we just, like you, were kind of like, what do we do with this? It's a product of the internet generation, age, just like Uber is competing with taxis. This is a form of free market internet real estate. It started simple enough as people wanting to gain some revenue. And I have a VRBO rental, but it's in the mountains, which is appropriate because there are a lot of them. But I was looking at some of the comments from the website, and one comment was that it doesn't seem appropriate for a suburban community, which I tend to agree with. Suburban communities or traditional bedroom communities tend to be stable families, less transient, less rental, and people live there because of that stability of a neighborhood. And I guess this introduces a little bit of that who's next door kind of concern by people. But I go back to, how do you regulate it?
Well, this, it occurs right now, obviously, and it's under the radar. And, to put some restrictions on it, for instance, the owner has to be there a certain percentage of the year, and, and I don't know what other kind of restrictions we can put on it, but to have it, it's similar to the basement issue with an ACU, is they're there, and how do we bring these into, something where we can at least be aware of it and control some of the downsides, I guess. Would be my concern.
I'm familiar with Rick Akers' property, and it strikes me that the zone districts where we allow it now are exactly, as it turns out coincidentally, the ones that I would like. I think, and I say that because I live, as many of you know, a block off of Main Street in a residential home, but in this actually R5 district across the street from CA. I think the average, millennial that's going to come in and want to be in an interesting and exciting part of town, the downtown Main Street area, whatever, is much more likely to be shopping, if you will, in that part of town than in Aberdeen Village, for example, or something like that. So I think it's much less impactful in an area that's already more crowded and it's a lot more, if you want to call it energetic or not. So I think what we've got is exactly what I would feel, and I haven't thought about this other than, reading the packet like everybody else. If there are problems with violations or people taking liberties in some of our more quiet community, parts of our community, then I think we have the ability to address that because it's not allowed already, unless I'm missing something. I kind of like it the way it is.
The reason why this got brought up, because I was questioned by it on a number of occasions, and the concern with the other communities is they didn't have the restrictions that said you shouldn't be doing this. So having those restrictions already present for most of our neighborhoods is actually good news for me to hear on this. I wasn't necessarily looking to encourage this in inappropriate areas or expand it necessarily. And I'll leave it up to you to figure out whether there's anything. I'm not looking for any particular deliverable other than the good news. At least my interpretation of the good news is that we do have some restrictions there that would say this is not something that's going to become prevalent in our neighborhoods. Andrew?
A little bit of this got conflicted as I was staring up there. It says we have an amusement city. And if I'm an out-of-town person and I want to come hang out in Littleton, and getting a VRBO seems like a very attractive way for me to be a part of our city. So I would say that I'm blanketly against not doing it. I think, to Randy's point, there are sections in our town that would be very appropriate, and we would want almost as a tourist destination to bring in, and there could be great value in that. In my neighborhood, no, this wouldn't fly. This wouldn't go over at all, and it would make a lot of people very anxious about it. One of the Bruces mentioned safety issues. I think dead on. I think, Bruce, back when you were doing that, we need to make sure that we have appropriate exits. We need to make sure we have appropriate safety concerns, smoke alarms, fire extinguishers, et cetera. That's necessary, which then, to me, in my head, almost flips this a little bit from a zoning issue to a license issue. And as a license issue, if you're going to do VRBO, that's cool. We just want to make sure that you're doing these 5 things. And so from the zoning perspective, these are the boxes, to Randy's point, of where we can do it. And then from a safety issue, here are the specific requirements associated with if you want to rent it. And then I think we're in a very nice place. And I think that we do offer a chance to showcase our city to people from out of town that are more interested in a very authentic taste of the city, as opposed to I'm going to stay in the hotel and get the best of what that offers.
I think, I think we need to recognize what is evolving and happening, this sharing economy. So this is a form of that. And maybe we're not there yet for Littleton. Again, I think there's areas where it makes more sense than others. Again, we have stated we want to attract people to Littleton, and there is many things right now that you can call tourism opportunities for Littleton, and there will be so much more as we think about where we'd like to see the river corridor go. And so I think while I don't think this is a burning issue now, I think it's something that we should consider. And again, this might be an opportunity, not necessarily an issue. And I think we can approach it right now, as Andrew said, for someone to come to Littleton. I think we have one hotel. Well, I guess we have a few options of whether, one would want to stay in one versus the other. So I think it's something that we have to be open to. Again, I don't think it's as much of a burning issue now, but I think as different municipalities deal with this and figure out what those issues are, I think we have to be ready to take advantage of this as an opportunity. I have at least several examples I can give you of people that use this not just for vacations, but for getting to know an area. So I will go live in Littleton for a few weeks to see how is this a community I want to live in or not. We have jobs now that we can work remotely, so commuting or where I am, as far as location to my job isn't as important. And maybe I want to travel Colorado and I will stay here 1 month and there another month and there another month, or the world for that matter, and that's how some people are using it. And so when you see, the example that was that Columbine house, that person travels a lot. And so, I would, one can make the argument, is it safer to have an empty home or is it safer to have someone in that home, right? So I think, again, maybe not right now, it's not that much of a concern, but I think we have to, again, be open to what may come.
Glenn, do you want to introduce TOD and stationary plans?
Well, I was just going to give you an update. So, and I think I mentioned this at our last group meeting, that we have funding available from Dr. Cog through RTD for stationary plans for downtown and the mineral station. We have submitted the RFP. We have to get RTD to agree to that. So that ball is in their court at this point. We did meet with them back in December, I believe it was, and they felt March was a possibility. I've heard things from other consultants that have worked on these that there could be a bit of bureaucracy involved. So that's a step we have to get approved, and then we will be bringing forward to council an intergovernmental agreement between you and RTD to make sure that we're ticking some boxes as far as that comes with the federal funding. So that's in the works. We hope to be underway by the summer. We'll keep you posted on that. Now, in just thinking where these two stations are, and lo and behold, we have Santa Fe corridor between the two, we think there might be an opportunity because we are packaging these together. We hope to get one good consultant. We'll have some economies of scale by doing these two projects. And I hope to enter in a discussion that we could add in the Santa Fe corridor and perhaps have somebody do that as well. So The hope is that we get some of the main areas, so we get the Santa Fe corridor study done, we get the 2 activity area neighborhood or plans for downtown and Mineral, and then the question is Littleton Boulevard and Broadway. Now, I had a discussion with Michael yesterday, and perhaps Mike wants to weigh in on that, but go ahead.
Sure. If you recall, during the budget process, council requested that we move forward with an RFP to look at a streetscape plan in the downtown area. In discussions with Michael, he wants to expand that and thinks he can do it within the existing budget to look at a corridor plan for Littleton Boulevard, looking from Santa Fe in the downtown all the way to Broadway. So he's developing an RFP right now to do that. So that would cover that piece, I think, that Glenn's talking about.
There, we don't have all those bureaucratic requirements of the federal dollars that comes with that, so we could move on that fairly quickly, I think.
Any board or council comments, thoughts? I want to make sure that we spend it before we lose it. Being on the Dr. Cog board, just to share with some folks, one of the municipalities had to go back and beg for a continuance because there are some restrictions on how long you have to actually spend your federal dollars. And if you don't meet that, they have withdrawn not just the future funding, but you have to backfill the dollars that you may have already spent. So it's one of those things where the clock's ticking and let's do the right thing. So, and then I would, this is just to throw it out in case anyone wants to comment on it. As I know staff is aware, but just to make sure all of this group is aware, in conjunction with Arapahoe County and a lot of the surrounding jurisdictions, there's something that's called a boomer bond. It's actually a boomer bond survey that's going to be going out to our mature population. I know that the staff has had some input or some opportunity input as to what opportunities and facilities and services the city is offering. The county is also doing the same in conjunction with this. And just so that folks are aware, we actually have 2 neighboring cities that are going to be devoting a new chapter to their comprehensive plans to deal with what are some of our plans with dealing with our mature citizenry or the maturing element of our citizenry. And so that's an awareness. No one necessarily needs to comment, but the floor is open in case someone wants to comment being in that group. It's a party group.
What cities were those, Mayor?
Englewood and Centennial are both holding out a chapter in their comprehensive plans, coming out and using that as catalysts for that particular chapter of their comprehensive plans.
Some cities are addressing it through healthy communities, which kind of gets to the same thing. Our goal should be to create a healthy community and deal with some of the same issues. There's crossover there. It's kind of an interesting way to think about a comprehensive plan outside of the normal land use stuff.
I'm not necessarily suggesting that we follow in that footstep, but given that the folks around this table are the ones that are responsible for the comprehensive plan, even though it emanates from the community, just so that folks are aware in case they do get questions. Not everyone knows where the Littleton border is.
At the risk of throwing a live grenade in the middle of the room, I'm going to do it anyway.
So that's what risk is there for you.
I think it presents an opportunity to go the other way. I think it says if they're going to focus on an aging population, we should focus on a young population. We should focus on growing the city and building the next generation of it. And no offense to anybody who's lived here for a long time, and I wish you spend the rest of your days here. But to that end, I think that's a huge opportunity.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily going to get exactly on that bandwagon with you, Andrew, but I think
Come on, Phil.
if you start this segment by age, because age is an attitude, I think where folks are, and there are things that maybe get addressed by an individual property owner, and Councilmember Valdez has reminded me that sometimes the market will drive you towards what might be universal design issues. And, some of the realtor friends that we have around the table will kind of say, hey, some folks might have that, but to possibly make that a requirement is probably going a little bit too far. Is that right, Jerry?
I don't remember saying that at all.
Thank you for the support.
Or your grenade.
It's already alive. Jump on it.
So,
I'd like to add, I believe, being a designer, I think good design appeals to all ages. And so as we look at individual applications for development, as we look at activity areas and corridor plans and the river corridor, we need to be cognizant of walkability, accessibility, diversity, healthy living, all those things. And by doing that, we will attract the young and the old.
and yes, you did.
Well, I agree with a lot with what Andrew said, but and cushioning that a bit. But I think one of the things that we have to balance, which is a challenge because it's something that's happening to us. It's not something that is going to happen. It's happening. So we have to kind of work with it now, and then what we do today with the aging in place, and then wanting to create a community where we have young families move. Because the minute someone says that they want to age in place, you also hear, but we need young families. So everybody, regardless of their age, are saying both of those things. So that's the challenge. And part of that challenge is not only in the land use, but in the revenue. Because you've got one group that's not spending and the other group that will spend. And so one group is utilizing more of the city services, and the other group is the ones that are, we need to help pay for those things. So it is a massive balancing act. And I think that we have to, particularly these two groups sitting at this table, have to be very cognizant of what we're doing. I know Wheat Ridge, I think it's Wheat Ridge, they just got voted the best city to age in. I don't know if they wanted that designation. They're struggling with being an aging community and not being recognized as a place where other entities that they may want to have come are not even paying attention to it. So I think it is a balance, and I think it feels right. It is a frame of mind, and today's 40 and 50 and 60 look a lot different than they did 20 and 30 years ago. But we have that challenge, but we also have those opportunities because we have a lot of places that can change, a lot of areas that we can work with. And if I could do a 5-minute update on the river update. So we have the council and the South Suburban Board have approved the Riverside Downs plan. We also got the financial approval from the Open Space Committee, Open Space Charleston Advisory Board Committee. Now it's going to the county commissioners. We don't think there's going to be a problem there. We're hoping we will be able to start breaking ground in March. And are you all familiar with what the Riverside Downs is? Riverside Downs, couple said no, is down at the Riverside Downs Shopping Center where it connects to the river, where you've got the space between the commercial and the river, and you've got the trail that Mary Carter goes through there. Currently, it's an unattractive place. It creates a safety issue for both peds and bikes. It also the shopping center has their view twisted away from the river and facing the parking lot. So what we've done is put together a plan, and it's very exciting because it's our first plan where we're working with private property too. And really shifting their outdoor area so that the focus goes back to the river. providing an opportunity for better accessibility for bikes and peds and ADA, reconfiguring some of the trails so that there is a better and a safer way to be able to move around out there, adding some lighting, creating some activity areas, a bocce ball court, a little place for a small four-piece band or something to set up and entertain. So it's the first time we've done it. It's our first real integration of pulling people out of a retail commercial area down into the not really the open space, but down into the area, river area. There's also plans to then have accessibility down into a portion of the river down there. We're still working with the Army Corps on how that looks and what that's going to contain, but it will be, we know it will be a safe entrance and a kind of an inviting little cobble beach for kids to go down and just wade around in the river. It's a nice little wide area of the river where it's real safe, and then putting some larger boulders in there so when we have lower flow, they can kind of hop around and jump. So that one is, we're hoping to have that open and running by the end of June, 1st of July. We want to definitely get the big stuff done before the big summer activity. Then the other one is the Reynolds Landing. That's going to be a pretty big project, and it'll probably be a number of years. Our first phase on the Reynolds Landing right now is working with Breckenridge Brewery, and we're going to create a spur off the trail that will take you through the open space safely up to Breck. It does create a connectivity with the trail behind Reynolds Landing that people will be able to kind of go all the way through. But that, we're actually going to probably end up putting a roundabout in there, which settles some other safety issues there with some visibility that we have in a really bad blind spot. But that's going to be an interesting summer over there at Breck to see what starts to happen there. And once people start to become familiar with that it is there, that trail won't go in until after summer, but we're hoping maybe a little sooner than that. But we'll have some other signage and stuff that will help direct people safely off the trail to be able to get back there and then safely back on the trail if that's where they're going. Also increasing the parking lot back there as part of Phase 1. Phase 2 includes doing some some improvements on the existing area, putting in one of our Mac Daddy restrooms, $300,000 for a nice restroom, but we actually see Reynolds Landing becoming a trailhead that has same or equal importance as Carson. So there's a number of plans and phases. We'll be doing some public outreach on that. We're also looking at getting into the river and creating a really cool river activity opportunity there with some of those drops. Those are the three best drops we have in the city. So moving people through that in a recreational perspective. Then the other thing that we're doing is...
I'll just add that having ridden the trail today, there will be traffic on and off the Mary Carter there, whether it's safe or not.
Yeah, true. We know. Yeah.
Conservatively, when do you think Reynolds Landing, all the improvements can be done? Or is that a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, or what?
Well, the river work is going to be the biggest issue because it's the most expensive and it will take the longest to get permitted and approved. So from dream to finish, we're looking at 4 years.
That's not bad.
So we expect over the next 2 years to be able to do most of the upland stuff. And then we actually will be taking the trail that's existing, the hard surface trail, and pulling it all the way up to where the crusher is. So the crusher fine trail will become the hard surface, then we'll be able to put another crusher east of that, and then that area will become part of what will be a place for people to engage more with the river, pulling out all those rocks, pulling out those bad rock, those boat chutes, that's what they call them, and really making it a place safe for kids to play and then pro kayakers to play.
How about open containers from the Breckenridge Brewery?
No.
What do you think?
Don't think so. And then the only other, my last comment is that the work that we're doing in the restoration work along the river, which is not pretty, but it is absolutely changing the health and the aesthetic of that river over the long term. We are in Phase 3. It's our final phase. It's down the other side of Mineral. A lot of the east side trail behind the Enser property is being compromised now based on the work that's being done. They've finished Phase 1. Phase 2 just finished. And within 2 weeks after Phase 2, which is kind of in the north, behind the northern critical area, the mammals returned. We have probably in excess of 75 breeds of duck that have returned, and they have seen fish in the water again that are actually like pooling, which, you know, for 2 weeks after that much disruption, for that wildlife to come back and reacclimate so quickly, the group that is doing this work is to be commended for the quality of what they're doing. But it's huge. I mean, this is probably all told, Mike, what do we have, $4 or $5 million on this project? Yeah. With probably 6 to 7 different partners. And it is actually, I mean, this stuff has never been done in the metro area. So what we're doing in this river and the restoration that we're doing is monumental.
We might have to erect one of those set of construction walls that have little holes in it that folks can observe. Because there were about 20 people when I rode by today that were observing the construction or reconstruction along the river. So.
Yeah, if you get a chance to go down there, and you can go to the West Side Trail and see what's going on. It's just south of Red Tail Lake. It is absolutely fascinating to watch how these guys do it. They built a bridge across the river that they're using for their bulldozers. This big, huge steel bridge that they just laid down across the river in their drive, which of course all goes away. But it's, you know, we've got banks over there that are 8 feet tall that are just sheer. And then you've just got this river that's just 2 inches deep. And that's what they're changing. Taking those banks down, tightening up that river, creating places for everything to find a happier place. It will be, I think for generations, it will absolutely be one of the best things we've done with our open space money. Not real pretty right now, but long term it's going to be amazing.
Well, I had one question. You mentioned boomer bond. Are you talking about a financing instrument or a kumbaya moment?
Probably a little more of the kumbaya side. I was not involved in the naming of it, but it's this survey set that I don't know who can be attributed the name to, but it's a survey set that's designed to say, as our demographics are aging, there are some things that communities might want to consider, but also to be aware of what folks are looking for. And for example, some of the recreation centers have changed some of their, or at least added to some of the equipment that they might have. Some activity centers have elements of activities that don't necessarily appeal just to that group, but more so maybe to the folks as they mature. And but being aware of things that we don't want to necessarily have, which is, we have mixed generation neighborhoods, and we don't want to be in a position where folks are alone at home and necessarily at risk. Do they know someone else in the neighborhood that they converse with regularly, so that it's not a surprise to the neighborhood to hear about something possibly too late.
The city's not floating a bond issue to.
No, we're not. But that's the name to the survey set, and what it deals with is both how our community set up for in our shopping cart, our omnibus programs. That we have, our Aging Well Resource Center, which is not a service center, it's a connecting the dots kind of location. We are probably well ahead. I mean, the fact that our housing authority has a assisted living facility in town, in addition to those that are more commercial, is, Littleton's pretty far ahead, but it's also not something we would necessarily want to ignore.
Is that an opportunity then also to bring up the accessory dwelling units?
Well, that's where accessory dwelling units has come in, but it's not
As it's grown in some areas, it's not just. It's as I was mentioning earlier, it's the returning 20-something-year-old that's maybe coming back, maybe now he or she has a partner, and they're looking for something that might be a little more private than necessarily just a regular bedroom, and wanting to be slightly independent, maybe willing to help a family member who's looking to age in place, and actually switch some of that. So all of those are considerations, and my wife keeps passing me little notes on decluttering, but I'm an American. I like to be near my stuff, so there's the balance that we all kind of have to deal with, and I think I've now counted 70 articles since the beginning of the year that have been passed my way regarding cluttering and decluttering.
Read and toss, otherwise you become clutter.
I thank you, Coach.
How old is your oldest newspaper?
I plead the fifth on that. So. Okay. And before we break this evening, just want to recognize that this is a very important date. One member around this table, at least, that I'm aware of, has a birthday today, and I'd like him to raise his hand.
And
Don't raise it to the
I think this is the third Tuesday in a row for our birthday we've spent together. We were just talking about that.
If anyone wants to sing, I'm going to ask Doug to turn the mics off first. And we are now adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you for your work.